Hello. Hello, hello. Good time zone. Hello. There we go. Hello, howdy. Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning or evening or whichever other one you're currently existing in. I don't know. Maybe you're in an alternate world. No time. No time. Time doesn't exist. What a concept. Technically, like, time doesn't exist. Anyways, too early for that. Existential crisis mode activated in the AM. Hello, though. Oh, let me grab the Spotify. The Spotify always is. I gotta do it like right when it's happening. You know. Hi, Snorat. I hope I said that right. Hello, hello, howdy. Welcome on in. We're finally. Oof, sorry. I don't know what I want to listen to on the Spotify mix. Not bad. That's fine. Well, hello, howdy. I hope everyone's having a good Saturday or maybe a Sunday where you're at. There's always someone who's in the early time zone, and I'm like, oh yeah, shit. Shit. Time is that far ahead, isn't it? The plan today, though, is we're gonna start Little Nightmares. I haven't played any of them at all, so we're gonna start 1 and 2 because on, I think, Friday, the new one comes out, which I know so many people are hyped about. I know this is a series a lot of people love, so hopefully we'll enjoy it. I'm sure I will. I'm not always a big side scroller person. Well, not that's like side scroller super traditional, but also those I do have a few favorite games of mine that are in this format. So I think there's a lot of potential, even if it might not be like my stereotypical favorite genre. Um, but yeah, we'll try and play one today because I think they're pretty short games, and then try to play 2 tomorrow, and then hopefully we'll be good to go next weekend for 3 because it will have, like I said, I think the release date is Friday. But most of the games it seems like are range between like 3.5 to 5.5 hours playtime, so should be hopefully very doable. But of course, before we start, we're gonna play all of our daily games. Um, but yeah, I'm hoping it'll go well. I have 1 download today. We're ready to go on that, and then I think we'll start 2 tomorrow, so I'll download 2 tonight. Although I probably could have done it before. Planning too much ahead? I forget that's a concept. Alright, let me get the Wordle here. The Schwordle. Oh, hold on. I don't know if everyone's able. Okay, perfect. I have to make a change of the model, and I was like, am I gonna will this all show on screen? I feel like I'm still low-key inexperienced with a lot of there we go. I did it! I feel like I'm low-key still a noob at Live 2D Studio, to be honest. There's so much you can do, but it's like a lot of hotkey setups and stuff. So, speaking of which, alright. Alright. Let me move this just a little bit down. Snora, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on. Welcome on to the tide pool as a little fishy. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Well, we gotta start with the most efficient Wordle guess, as we all know. Oh, I say that and that's oh, it's so bad. Of course. I started using that as a joke, but like it really is pretty efficient. An S and a P, pretty common. E and I, pretty common. N, pretty common. Oh, alright. Usually we just throw out some letter guesses. So, oh wait. See, sometimes letter guesses not happening. Sometimes they circle around though, and it works out pretty well. Sylph. Oh, that's a good one. That's a lot of really good consonants, I feel like. Like you're ruling out a lot of good consonants there. Um let's see. Maybe like a layer? Oh no, sorry, the E's right there. I think it has to be an R to start. Oh, maybe like a relax? Trying to think. Relax or relay? I think it has to be I think that's all it could be. That's not a word. I feel like Wordle is really thinking if stuff is a word or not, and then being like, no, I don't think so. Relab might be a word, but I don't feel very confident about that. I feel like relay, maybe. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, I wasn't sure on that last letter. Oh, Wordle in 4. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Could be worse, could be worse. I think I think I have a friend who uses Adu, AD, is it ADEIU? I can't remember what it is, but there's like one word that uses like all of the vowels. That's like a pretty good starting word. I'm always impressed. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I can't remember if there was an O somewhere in there, but I was like, I think it's just a U at the end. All right. If anyone hasn't seen this, this is the connections. You just have to group stuff into groups of 4. Like categories of 4. Let me shuffle. I always shuffle because I feel like they put stuff in red herring positions otherwise. Um Oh. Rainbow, star. Oh, I don't see much else though. Cabbage patch. Patch, oh, patch stitch. Mend. Oatmeal. What? Um Ooh, I don't know what the last one would be though. Oatmeal. Is arts like a mending? Because like patch and stitch and mend are like you fix things, you repair stuff. So I think it'd have to be something that would have to be like a repair. But depending on if art has like a different definition, it could. Sometimes we talk about this where like words have like 7 different meanings. uh Sugar, star, rainbow, oatmeal. Oatmeal sugar? I wonder if this is like a cereal maybe? Ooh, this is a tricky one. Oh, blast, darn. Blow maybe? Oh, hold on. Blow, gust, gale. For like winds? Maybe blast. Oh, rush of wind. Perfect. Okay. Okay, we got 4 out of the way now at least. Good fortune? Or like maybe things that oh, things you maybe like make a like luck or a wish? Like you wish on a star? Mm. Fine arts? Oh, I do think you're totally right. They're all what are they called? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Anagrams. There we go. Nice, nice, nice seeing that. Because I was like, SAR, like, where is that fitting in? Okay, then I think we can get stitch, mend, patch. It might be darn. I feel like darn has another fix a hole in the clothing. Yeah, I always think of like darn like a like kind of curse, but I was wondering if it has another meaning. And then I don't know what this one's gonna be. Kinds of cookies. Ah! Alright, so rush of wind, blast, blow, gale, and gust. And then anagrams, arts, rat, star, sar. Fix a hole in clothing, darn, mend, patch, stitch, and then kinds of cookies. Fortune cookie, oatmeal cookie, rainbow cookie, sugar cookie. I don't think I would not have gotten the kind of cookies either. I don't think I've ever seen a rainbow cookie. Like, I know you can make, like, rainbow dough or, like, rainbow shape, like, you know, shaped cookies or, like, icing, but, like, if someone said a rainbow cookie, like, I don't no specific cookie comes to mind. Sugar cookie, yeah. Oatmeal cookie, fortune cookie, yeah. But rainbow cookie. Alright, hold on. I wanna see what the actual definition for darn is. To mend. So it's either, like or to damn, but mostly it looks like to mend. I had no clue. The more you know. And then what comes up if we search rainbow cookie? Yeah, see, there's so many variations. I feel like you can't. Oh! Is it an Italian thing? I have seen these before. I didn't realize these are cookies, though. They're very cake-like, in my opinion. Okay, if they mean these ones and that's, like, the official term, then that's fair, and I just don't have the knowledge. What is that? This? Where am I? I'm like, "Oh, come on in. Hello, hello, howdy." We're looking at rainbow cookies, apparently. Um, rainbow cookie, Italy. This kinda looks banging, to be honest. It looks like a little layered cake. Wait, no, that's a pasta. It's the oh, thank you, I grew it myself. The Italian rainbow cookie, a vibrant and almond-flavored delight, is a staple in Italian American bakeries. Its striking layers of almond cake, apricot, and raspberry jam and chocolate coating. Oh my god, this sounds phenomenal. I love all of these flavors. Oh, I wonder if I can make this. So is it just all almond cookie and then they just dye the layers? Yeah, it sounds so good, right? Oh, like I said though, I would not call this a cookie, but it's definitely giving more cake. Didn't they even say it was cake? Yeah, almond cake. That's so funny. I bet it's a banging though. I wonder if I can find this anywhere near me. I've never seen this like in person. Yeah, it does kind of give brownie for sure, right? Especially the thin frosting on top. Yeah, I could totally see that. Oh, now I want it. Alright, that was the connections. We got through that pretty fast, actually. Really good call on the anagrams. I would not. I'm so bad at those ones. Those patterns I cannot recognize. Unrecognizable for me. Alright, now we have the strands. If anyone hasn't seen this, it is a mini crossword. Or sorry, not mini crossword. It is a how do I say this? It's a word search, but they don't tell you what the words are. They give you a theme, and then you it's basically word search hard mode. So bring it home, which could be like winning. It could be very literal, like house stuff. I do see house here. Um, but I'm thinking maybe winning like sports. Um, oof. It's always, I think, the hardest when you don't have the first one. Because once you get the first word, then you're kind of like, okay, I see the theme here. But before then, ooh, tricky. Uh, maybe like a it could be like, like winning, like a touchdown, like winning sports terms, or I was thinking like home run. I'm seeing neither of these. Ugh, I don't even see a goal. I did see house earlier though, so. Oh no, I think I saw house the wrong way. Damn. Top. Hmm. I keep saying spoon over here, and it's all I can think about. Oh! Okay. I don't know what I still don't know what this is then. Bring it home spoon. Are these just, like, household items? I'm so confused too, spoon? I just did it because I was like, "Haha, I can't stop looking at spoon." Uh, hmm, hmm. Spoon, bring it home. Oh, are they things you would take back home that you'd, like, bring on a lunch maybe? Like, you take a lunch to work and you bring it back? This is where you really start theory crafting like crazy on on the on the word search too. Uh, I feel like I'm crazy doing these sometimes because 'cause I'm like, "Oh, maybe." Okay, maybe we might need to use a guess here. If we could just find some words. Spot. Um, dare. Okay, I'm gonna hit one hint. Shirt. What? What? Bring it home, spoon and shirt. I'm very confused. Oh, souvenir? Oh, I know what this is. Okay, they're things that you would buy while you're on vacation and then you would bring it home. People do collect spoons. Magnet. And then what is this one? Oh, keychain. That threw me off for a while though. Ah! Hi, Boyd. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, jewelry. Oh yeah, I see it. Good call, good call. Welcome on in, Boyd. I hope you're doing swell. Uh, if I can figure out how to spell jewelry. And then what's this one? Postcard. Oh, I love postcards. Actually, postcards are my thing that I bring home usually. Or for myself. I always plan to do it, but I never do it. Is my plan is to buy a postcard from like my favorite one I find on the trip and then write down all my favorite things about the trip and like what I did. So I have a little like diary entry and then keep it because postcards don't take up a lot of space, right? Like magnets are cool or mugs or whatever people like, but they add up eventually and you've got a lot of shit suddenly. But postcards, like I can have 50, you know, and they're the size of a book, right? Very good, very good. I'm doing swell, Void. I'm so glad you survived work. Congrats, congrats. You did it. All right, good one. That was a really fun one. Actually, I like that. Okay, so we had bring it home. Sorry, hold on. Bring it home. We had souvenir as the spanogram, which is like the big one. Usually that's like what it is. Souvenirs, sorry. I always was thinking there's a second O in souvenir, but I guess I'm just gaslighting myself. And then you've got magnet, that's like a classic. Keychain, classic. Spoon, which sounds weird, but like I don't know if this is a thing in other countries, but it is a thing in the US. People collect spoons. Like they're like spoons that are just like specialized for whatever you're at. Jewelry. I feel like jewelry is kind of a stretch. Shirt makes sense. And what was this one? Postcard. Honestly, I wish mug was on here. Every time I go somewhere, I bring Mama Synth a mug because she likes mugs. But unfortunately, she's running out of space for mugs. So it's kind of wild. Like mugs, great, but they do be taking up space. All right, what is the word of the day so we could all be a little smarter? Repertoire. Repertoire typically refers to a list or supply of songs, plays, dances, etc. that a company or person is prepared to perform. Like we have a repertoire of daily games we play, basically. Repertoire. It is a noun. All right. And then we hit the Quordle. If anyone hasn't seen the Quordle, you're just playing Wordle four times at the same time. You're Wordle maxing, basically. I'm not even kidding. That sounds so dumb, but it's very accurate. I'm a noun. I'm a pronoun. I'm a person, place, or thing. And of course, yes, we have to go with the best guess. The most efficient royal guess. Actually, that one's not bad. Let's go. I would have liked a little more green there, but we'll take what we can get. And usually we just do 3-letter guesses unless things are looking really good. Slunk? Bottom left? Oh, no, it's probably gonna be slung. Fuck, I forget that G's exist. I think Bomb writes floss. Oh my god, I'm getting. Oh, fuck, dude. Okay. Okay, this has to be slung, right? Okay, thank god. And this one's gloss then. Oh, we have to get all of them. I used too many guesses. Shit. I think this is aging top left. But I'm not sure. I'm scared. I'm scared. Alright, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. What is this one? Oh, intern! Thank you, Boyd! I was fucking. Oh no, not enough. I think inter is a word, though. I'm trying to think if there's anything else it could be. That's not a word. Entire doesn't fit. I think it's intern. I think you're right. Or inter. I think this is aging. Oh god, I really hope I'm right. Oh, let's go! Yes! Oh, that was so close. That was so close. All right. Aging, inter, slung, and gloss. Down to the wire on that one. Ugh. Gotta keep it interesting, I guess. It's okay. I can't count either because I was like, yeah, that totally works. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. All right. The Pokédoll. If anyone likes Pokemon games, this is for you. We could only guess out of the original 151. Anyone else doesn't exist in this universe. It's Ditto. You know what? I got you. It's Ditto. I have a Ditto meme I need to post in the Discord. I forgot about. Oh my god, good guess, because it is Evolution 1. So good call on that. Bigger than a Ditto. Not urban, not purple. It's so funny because I think urban, like, it not being purple or it not being urban rules out, like, most of the urban or purple Pokemon. Like, most of the urban purple. Yeah. Most of the urban Pokemon are purple. Because it's like Abra, Muck, Ditto. I want to say there's 1 or 2 more. They're just like most of them are urban. I don't know what it is. Who's a little bigger at a stage 1? I'm gonna go for Growlithe. Oh, damn it! Bigger than a Growlithe. They are. Oh, Magmar. They're red and yellow, maybe. Oh, let's go! Finally! Ah! Dude, look at him. He's hitting the hands. Oh! I was just thinking that Magmar and Electabuzz are never picked for this game the other day. Like, even he's hyped we got it. Fire Mountain. He's red-yellow, and he's almost the same size as a fucking Blastoise. Crazy. Does Magmar evolve eventually? I'm like so out of touch past like Gen 3-ish. Magmar and Electabuzz both deserve evolutions. Ooh, what is that? It's giving Mankey. Oh, it is giving Mankey! Oh, he's speeding! He's running! He's hitting an anime run like that. That's crazy. Monkey, oh, dude, this is a crazy move. Monkey beatdown. The Pokemon also does 10 damage to itself. Dude, imagine fighting so hard that you accidentally hit yourself in a fight. That's a crazy beatdown. That's a crazy beatdown. You're just like, bah, 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 oh, ah. Oh, so ridiculous. All right. Pokédex sentence. If it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience. Wow, I wonder who that could be. I wonder who. Oh, sorry, the other one. I wonder who that could be. Yeah, easy Jigglypuff. The sing is a dead give along. Give along? Give away. Give away. Maybe I was mixing up sing along and give away. Scripted? Excuse you. I just know my Pokemans. That's a burb. Oh, is that an Articuno, maybe? Those wings are looking very Articuno. Fuck. Okay, then it's a Pidge. It's the big one. I kinda wanna say it's a Pidgeot. Ugh! Is it a Pidgeotto then? Ugh! There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we got there eventually. We got there eventually. I don't know, the wings were giving a lot of Articuno at first. And they've got the feet. They're the same shape, dude. They're the same shape. One just has a tail that's crazy, and one has a fucking mohawk. So one has slick back hair. Look at Articuno, just Dude, Articuno has red eyes? That's crazy. Wait, is that really a thing? Or is it like just this art? Okay, I think it's just that art. I was gonna say, that bitch has crazy red eyes. Dude, last time I pulled Pokemon, oh, when I went on vacation, a friend bought Pokemon packs, and we all opened one. We only had 3 though. Because the GameStop only had 3, and I pulled not only the regular Articuno, but I pulled the shiny Articuno. It was super, super sick. I let them keep it though, because I think they were like, those are your cards. I bought them, but like they were for you. Like they were for whoever opened the packs. You can have them. But I was like, nah, dude, you want this Articuno, take it. So I gave them the shiny. I was just stoked about the one Articuno, so I was like, nah, dude, take the second. Team Valor, Team Mystic, or Instinct? Oh, which is the blue one? Wait, which is the red one, I think? I think I was red. Valor. I think I picked Valor. And you know, I know why. I think it was because she was hot. Like, I would have chosen Instinct because Pokemon, Zapdos is my fave. But I think I was like, yeah, Candela kind of hot, though, dude. Like, what do you mean pick... Hold on, I'm in the way. What do you mean pick one of the dudes when I could pick her? Oof, I'm so close. Sorry, hold on. I was just trying to not be in the way. Like, look, she's hot. Blue pretty good, blue pretty good. Well, blue isn't hot, dude. He's not hot. She's hot. I would have picked yellow too. I love electric Pokemon. I know, I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. It was between yellow and red for me, to be honest. Because Zapdos is my favorite out of the trio, but she's the hottest. And Articuno's probably my second favorite, but it just wasn't it. I feel like, honestly, the guy on the left is kind of cute, but he's so pale. He's so pale. God, that man is the same color as their t-shirts. That's crazy. Give that man some sun, dude. Send him off on a vacation. He's working too hard. He's not leaving the office at all. All right. We did it. We did the things, the stuff. All right. Hold on. Oh, so close. There we go. All right. It's Little Night Nurse time. We made it. Let's go. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's horror game. Horror game time. Sorry, I'm cleaning up all my everything. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. Good job on the silly games, yo. We killed that. We killed that shit, actually. We were phenomenal. We did amazing. What's the amazing? What is that from? What is that meme? Oh, it's Overwatch. That's what I'm thinking of. uh, dude, every time I think of Overwatch, I can't help but think of there's a video, a YouTube video of a guy who's like, they're like, okay, Jeremy, we're gonna show you a bunch of Overwatch characters, and then you're gonna tell us, you're gonna tell us which ones you know and which ones you can name. And he names all of the women except Zarya, and every man that comes up, he goes, pass. Pass. Um, oh, not that one. He goes, pass. It's the implication is that he only knows them because of spicy websites, right? It's so silly. It's so dumb. It kills me every time. Okay, I'm getting all of our graphics together. Oh, that one SpongeBob episode? Oh yeah, the SpongeBob episode's so good. Oh, SpongeBob's so good in general. Period. Full screen off. Oh, that's not right. That's right. Move that over there. Turn down the game a little bit, because I swear to God, games are so loud nowadays. The games are just made. Why they made that loud, dude? For who? Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe I'm just getting old and I'm getting. Well, actually, they would need to be louder if I'm getting old, right? Maybe I'm not in between old, where like things aren't. I could still hear, but I just want things quiet, maybe. All right, let me move us to Little Nightmares. Oh, before I do that though, hold on. Oh, sorry, I'm ruining things. Why am I up here? Oh, I know what's happening. Don't look at my lack of legs. They're there, I swear. Look, a little scuff as a treat. Don't worry about it. That's how we do things here often. No, my legs are here, I swear, I swear. Look at them, look at them. Look at my legs and all my oh, fuck, dude, not that one. Look, I'm trying to adjust things for live 2D. No, look. Look at them. Look, they exist. Alright, can I hit this? There we go. This is what I was trying to do. This is what I was trying to do. Alright. Hold on. I'm trying to get all this stuff together. Oh, and hold on. Look! Wait before we go. Look at my little coat. Well, hold on. It's messed up, actually. Don't look at my coat. Look at me up close. Look at me up close in my Hold on. I've really I'm trying to do all the live 2D things, but I'm bad at them. I'm still learning. Okay, hold on. Wait, no, not that one. Wait, that one, yes, but not the other one. Where'd the other one go? There we go. Okay, I think I got I think I got it. Hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Look. Okay. Little bit of scuff as a treat. No worries, no worries. That's what we do here. Look at my raincoat for the game. For the game. All right, all right. Thanks! I did it last night and I had to redo it 7 times. I don't know how to put on a raincoat, apparently. I'm terrible at it. I'm awful. Truly atrociously a nightmare at putting on a fucking raincoat of all things. Alright. Sorry, thanks for the patience, y'all. I'm getting us going slowly yet surely. You guys can't see it, but I'm doing things on the side. I'm getting the game ready. I haven't heard the song in a while. Look, I just don't like to be wet despite being made of water. I don't want other water touching me. Ugh. Ugh, other water touching me? Ugh. Okay. Okay, there we go. I'm getting it together. All right. I think I got it. There we go. Oh no, I'm grabbing the raincoat. Ooh, hold on. Oh, I'm messing this up. Oh, this is, I hate Live TD. I used to know, I was so good at the 3D. Hold on, my raincoat's leaving me for a second. All right, can I fix it? Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Just a little scuff as a treat. Okay, Spotify, thanks for being here. Get out, leave, go away. Put on the game audio. And we play game now. Alright, and let me update the category. I always forget. Alrighty. Chirp it a little bit. That seems good. Hopefully that's good. Let me adjust our screen just a little. And I'm gonna move Scuff. Needs to sit with me. Oh, no raincoat for Scuff! Oh my god, I have to get him a raincoat. Oh my god, okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow he can have a raincoat too. I can't believe I left him out. Alright, we'll see how this goes. Like I said, I've never played these games, so this is a first for me. I guess restart from checkpoint. I don't have a save. I don't. How does that work? That's me. I hate this angle though. Why am I watching myself? Or someone else watching me? Oh. Oh, I don't have shoes on? Ugh. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, this is a terrible angle. Oh, my feet. Dude, I'm like in tetanus. I'm gonna step on something metal. Oh, look. These are big ass cans, dude. Oh, I can kick them. Okay. Okay. Oh, this. Oh. Yo, fuck these cams. Also, this game is so dark. Is it supposed to be this dark? I always have an issue with how dark I set the darkness on a game. I hate that I have no shoes on. I'm gonna get my feet. The lore? Oh, I bet. How do these nightmares are so little? Yeah, dude, these are real nightmares for me. The real nightmare is not wearing shoes. Also, hi Garen, welcome on in. Hello. Can I light this shit? What is this? Oh, sick, dude. Okay. I think that was E to do that. Gotta be able to crouch. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. 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 It's coming together. It's coming together. I'm gonna struggle so much with this game because I'm not gonna be able to tell. To tell where I should be able to go. It's so I genuinely can't even see the anything. Oh, this is so much better. Hopefully. It's over here. A ledge. Is this staircase safe? Oh no. Oh, don't zoom out. That's always a bad indicator. That looks important. I want. Oh. Just move up the screen. Hello? What are you? Oh, I knocked you over. What are. I want. What are you? I want. Oh. I think I picked it up. How'd I do that? Oh my fucking bad, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know the controls yet. Oh my god. Oh, I'm leaving. I'm leaving in shame. Oh. That just didn't happen. We're just gonna. Ah, my cigarettes. I need one of these after I broke that, dude. How do I hit a smoke? Come on. Come on! I'm so stressed! Okay, okay. Okay, everything's too strong for me. Can I bounce high enough on the bed? Oh, I got an achievement for... It says you'd bounce even higher if you knew what sleeps there, which is very ominous. I don't like it. Oh. Ah, I see. Okay, no letter grabbing. Oh, that guy's just fucking dead, I think. Interesting. Okay, moving on. Oh, can I move this chair? Man, the moving, he's just hanging around. He's just really relaxing his spine. You know when they say that like your spine gets compressed and you have to like stretch it out? That's all that's happening there, you know? Just letting all the weight go. Whee! Trying to not walk in the black ooze. I'm sure I'm leaving little footprints everywhere now. Indeed I am. Oh. Oh, just hold it. Okay. Oh, okay, I can go up there. Alright, I wasn't sure if there was anything else working on that vent system. They're venting? They're venting? I wasn't expecting the movement to be like this. It's a little interesting. I don't know what that was. I probably could have interacted with it, but it was behind me. There's another one. I think they're bad guys. I think they're baddies, and I'm gonna run away. I don't trust it. I don't trust the... Oh, my lighter? How do I turn it on? Ah, there we go. Ah, I didn't realize I just had that. Thank you. I realized I just had that able to go. I just thought we were gonna be in the darkness forever. Alright. I would not love them even as a worm. Correct. Okay. What am I missing here? I think we do have to parkour here. Oh, I'm that strong? I didn't think I'd be able to do something like that. Okay, okay. Oh! That's fucked up. Ah! Leave me alone, disgusting leeches. Go away. Go away. Go away. Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh my god. Okay, so they are bad indeed. Do not get grabbed by the leeches. Fuck, dude! What's happening? Ooh, I lost my light! Let me out! Fuck those guys. Oh! Whoops. Just a little bit of a slip and fall, you know? Oh, fuck, this again. Oh, I keep accidentally pressing it. I'm an idiot. Alright, let me out. Alright, hold on. Hopefully I checkpoint, because I don't want to have to keep dealing with the leeches. Fuck! Oh! Okay, don't press F. Again. Don't spasm out and press the light off button. I hate the way these guys look. Like, I'm not trying to judge, but why they mouths look like that, huh? There we go. Okay. Alright, don't fall. Ah, there we go. Okay. I feel like there's maybe something in the back, because it kind of seemed like I could go that way, but I really don't want to have to deal with the leeches again, so... Oh, climb, climb. That wind is howling out there. Oh, let there be light! Thank God. Oh, fuck. Oh no, and I'm gonna have to run for this, huh? Okay. Is there any way I could not have that be a thing? What's happening? Okay, I think I was just not running. think if I run, I should be able to get it. Yeah, there's the tip for it. Let me in! Slide under the door! I didn't think we'd actually slide. That's so funny. Okay, don't really know if I can... I guess it's the gravity. Oh, I can move the camera around. Ah! Hi, Steels. Howdy, howdy. Welcome. Hello. Thanks. Also, thanks for the check-in and the taxes. Welcome, welcome. Oh, the ads right at the worst time. Alright. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. That looks suspicious. I don't like that. I don't like that, Sam I am. Ooh, what does this do? Oh, which one? Oh, no, no! No! Not in my yellow rain jacket. I got the throws to work. Yes, finally. I finally figured them out. It was much different than the way I had to do it the first time I set them up for, like, in the same program. But yeah, there's some throws now. I'm still working on a few others, but yeah, yippee! There's a handful though. Oh, the toilets, dude. Could you imagine? You and 3 buddies are just shitting. Why is this this is set up like being at the sauna, I feel like, where you're just sitting on the wood hanging out. Yeah, just me, Mike, Jeremy, and Greg, you know. We like to go together. Makes good eye contact, you know. Bro, depending on how big you are too, I feel like you've definitely got thighs touching when you're on the when you're on the toilet together. Like those 3 in the back, they're touching thighs. You're brushing hands on accident. Can I push this over? Indeedly do I can. Everything is balanced as all things should be. There we go. Oh. Those hands are little, but still bigger than mine. Oh, is this gonna be a seesaw situation? A train! Ah! I love a train. Oh! I broke the train! No! Fuck, dude. Oh my god, I ruined it immediately. Oh. Can I pick it up? Oh! Fuck. No! Oh. Hold on. You got this, train. Come on. No! 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 I'm already suffering! God damn it. I just wanted to see the train. I feel like it was going for a bit there. I'm so sad. The train. Oh, I see. I see exactly what's going on here. Okay, got it. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Okay, let me just hurry this process up. There we go. Ugh, I hate the perspective on this game, I have to say. The perspective on this game is indeed a nightmare. I can't tell where exactly I'm fully standing. Like here, this sucks. I don't want to fall off. Play through ruins, start over. I've lost already. Okay, I am heavier than 1 block. But am I heavier than 2 blocks? Ah, fucking shit. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Can I lean down and grab that shit? No, not. Oh, God. How do I just set things down but jump? There we go. Okay, that works. Okay. There we go. Ugh, the perspective really kills me. Yeah. A depth perception really is. It's not even a depth perception. It's like the depth perception mixed with like the weird-ass 45-degree angle, I think is my problem. Okay, so there's some reason that they would want me to come back here and do this, but I don't really understand why, because is this not just like the same shit I just did? What am I running to beat back here? Just the second one? What was the point in doing any of that? Did I not need to do any of that? That felt insignificant. Did I just do all that for nothing? Ah! Get out of here, bot. Get out of here, bot, twice? Fuck around. Can I report? Ah, I never report these. I should report these. I'm not putting a description, though. You could read the messages. There we go. The dark doesn't make it easier. That too, right? Yeah. The dark definitely doesn't help. I don't know what the point of that seesaw block was. Oh god, I see what's happening here. Oh, I got stuck. Go, 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 go. Fuck! Am I just going to disintegrate? Oh, you just become stone. I see. Yeah, I don't know what the... I wonder if there was something... I feel like there's probably, like, collectibles in this game that I'm missing, and maybe the seesaw had something to do with that. Or the... Yeah, seesaw? Yeah. I was gonna say teeter-totter, but I guess they're the same thing, right? Bye, bitch. You can't get me twice. I don't know if I'll be able to see me on the edge, and I'm just a little paranoid. There we go. What's up there? A friend? Ah, some climbing. Oh, a lot of climbing. Goddamn. Ah, which way do I go, though? Well, I guess I have to go this way because I dropped down now. Oh, fuck! Didn't realize I was that close to the edge. Hey, stop being loud over there, You're not gonna see me. Stop trying to. Well, what's up here? Oh, I can go back. Thanks, I hate this. I'm guessing this is lore. Okay. Do I break these? What do I do with these? I feel bad, but I broke them last time and, like, a thing did happen. It sounds good. So I'm hoping it's a good thing? I'm hoping breaking them is the right thing to do. It looks like we're, like, releasing a soul or something. I don't know. Do we go this way or do we go the other way? That seems kind of like a new area. Let me drop down again. Someone got shot! No, no, no. What? Oh, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Can I light this fire for you? Oh, they look sad. Can I talk to you? What up, pal? Oh, I guess that's all. That's all I can do is just say hello to them and leave. They're so cute. I don't know what they are, but they're very cute. Wait, what? What ban on the big... Oh, you can see the ban on the chat. That's so funny. I don't know why either. Wait, let me see. Oh, I don't see it. Unless it was there before the text man just moved out of the way. If so, that's so funny though. Usually bans and stuff don't show up. The bans happen and then they're gone. Alright, so goodbye, Spooky Eye. See ya never. Aw, what the fuck is that shit, dog? What the fuck is that shit, dog? Alright, so a lot of hiding under beds, I'm guessing. Did not like that. No thank you, Sam I am. Oh, I can't hide under that bed. What the fuck, dog? I can smell it, or I can hear him fucking sniffing me, dude. What happens if I just hide in the corner? Oh, I gotta climb up. I can see it. Oh, there's things in those beds. Yo, I don't know what that guy is. Fuck that guy, though. No thank you. Ooh. Oh, I just barely got it. Long arms. That's the worst kind of long man. No thank you. Do not want. Yo, this lighter's crazy, dude. I need a lighter like this. It's just going. No charge, no fuel, nothing. Hello, little rat. Oh, I'm hungies. I need a snack. If I eat the rat, I'm gonna be very sad. Oh, the kitchen. Well, yeah, hold on. I'm trying to go get food. But we can't do that if you're some. It's because I'm running. Am I not allowed to run? Yo, you got a snack, my guy? I'm so. Do you hear this? Tell me. I'm so hungry. Just like shove something through the bars, dude. Just something. Oh, yes, yes. Ah, yo, come on. Just a little snack. Oh, thanks, man. That looks disgusting, but I guess we're gonna eat it. That looks so gross. That's a lot of fucking food. That was like my whole torso worth of food. Yo, thanks. Thanks, man. I'm gonna hit this light for you to show I appreciate you. Oh, I look so cute peeking over the ledge. Hello. I'd eat that as well. I don't know. It looked kind of suspicious. Oh, another noose. It was giving big mystery meat vibes, to be honest. Suspicious looking showers? Always a bad sign? Oh, what the fuck is this? Right, and then up? Nope. The perspective climb of all perspective climbs. Oh, I gotta wait for it. We gotta be patient. Oh, look how dirty my feet are. I told you guys. I need to be wearing fucking shoes. Can I climb up? Oh, I can. Okay. I was wondering if we'd swing far enough, but... The ladder from Metal Gear. I don't know if I've seen that. I can only imagine. Is the perspective just the ass? Just the butt? Geronimo. Oh my god. Ooh! I did not think that I would fucking kill myself. Alright, so there is fall damage in this game that's not just like you fell off a ledge and that part of the map doesn't exist. Good to know! Good to know! Whoopsies. Alright, anyways. Can I toggle on running in this game? No. Also, I can definitely tell that this is totally intended to be played on a controller. Alright, it's time to not jump from the top like it's Hell in a Cell and it's a WWE match. I really went cage match this shit. Yeet. And then fucking busted my head open. From the top chain! It's- oh, well, not what I was trying to do. Not Jesus. Okay, you gotta hold the climb the whole time. I see. I was like, don't do that, and then immediately almost did it. Also, fucking, no. Oh. Wait. There we go. Okay. I guess if it's at an angle, it does not like it. Alright, normal jump height this time. You have to wait for it to swing a little bit too. Ah! We didn't kill ourselves. Amazing. Wait. Up the ladder. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. That's messed up. I should have checked first. Now we know. Now we know they'll bamboozle us. Ladder to nowhere. Oh, 2 pulleys. Interesting. I see. I see. Okay. Oh, man, that is... Can I don't think I can run that fast. Timing, maybe? Yeah, all about the timing. Okay. Don't get squished. Don't get squished. Alright, not bad, not bad. No. Climb it. No, climb it. Ugh, do I have to climb it from the side? There we go. Is this one fucking broken? Are you kidding me? That's so messed up. I see. So only some of them pull out. Some of them really weak pull-out game. Got it. Oh god, that's fucking dark. That's spooky. Definitely have to push that off in a bit, I bet. I got you, little guy. Let's get you out of here. Why they got beef with the little guys? Why they locking them up? Oh! Oh my god, the physics! Oh my god, that was awful. I think I saw the neck break. Man, okay, what the fuck is with me being able to light lighters and then it looks like it's saving and then the game doesn't save at that point. It saves before that point. What's that about? It's happened like 5 times now. Climb. Look, I accidentally double-clicked was the situation. But like, this one in the corner is going to already be lit. Why? What's the point of me lighting them? That feels like that's a safe spot if I'm lighting them, but it's not? Hmm? Question mark? Alright. There's no way I'm heavier than that block. No way. Even with, like, momentum or anything, no way. Oh, this is where I came in earlier, right? Maybe? Ugh. Fuck you, leeches. I hate you. All my homies hate leeches. Is this just where I was already? But no power. Right, okay. I feel like I should be able to grab that middle one, but I guess not. Bye, bitch. You can't see me. I would pull John Cena mode. That seems bad. Climb on it! Climb on it! Oh my god! Oh, that was way too stressful. Yeah, take a break, girl. Chill out for a second. Fuck. That was down to the wire. Yo, what up, guys? Did we escape? Oh, another spooky eye. Yeah, dude, I was sweating. I didn't think we'd get there at the end. We literally, it was like falling under us as we climbed off it. We can go that way, but what's this way? Eat. Our little guy, hello. What? Alright, that feels like that's something, but nothing I can really see well. Oh. I see. Now I see. I feel like we're gonna be judged by the big eye. I don't know how I feel about it. No pun intended. Alright. There we go. The little guys. Sorry, y'all. I'm like having a hard time figuring out how to interact with things. How do I keep doing this? Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, spooky staircase. The little dolls that we've been breaking. And I guess that's it. Alright, a lot of traumatizing things to look at, it seems like. Love it. We love that so much. As I say, I think I can go up there. I guess I could bring the chair over, right? It's so nice to be in a room that's well lit. I didn't know this was an option in this game. Well, maybe that's not an option too. Definitely looks like I should be able to go up there. Can I go up on this side? Maybe this side? No. Alright, there's probably a way. I don't know, though. I just can't get, like, past the bookshelves. I can see a bookshelf up there. Maybe I just can't go up at all. Maybe I'm overthinking this. The usual. That is how we do it here. All I do is overthink. Tell dad joke. Oh! And kill myself. I hope that saved our progress that we watched all the spooky things, because I don't want to go back. Alright, I've got to be way more fucking goddamn it. I gotta be way more careful on the perspective on this game. Way more careful. Okay, we got this. We're just so zoomed out. Alright. Ah, there we go. Try 3. Wave you? You're scared? Gonna get waved. Also, hi Juliana. Welcome on in. Howdy howdy. If you could say it's a little nightmare. I see what you did there. I feel like I could rip off this paper. Can I? Ah, it's also eyes. They're all eyes. It's all eyes all the way up. Oh, get in front of it. Oh, I can just climb this? I see. Oh. Oh, I thought that was another dead guy, but I think that's honestly someone just, like, hanging their pants. Oh, oh my god, dude. Yeah, of course, dude. Yeah, we played the spooky games this month. Also, I'm doing well. How's it going for you? I hope today's treating you well. Alright, don't like that. Don't like any of this. Okay, let's drag this over. You're having a little mind break? Oh, nice, nice, nice. Everyone needs those. Oh! The other day I went to a park nearby and I just laid on the grass and I watched the nature and the sky for like 10 minutes. Didn't listen to music, nothing, just hung out. So good. The mind break. Oh, you're having a little mind breakdown. No, I thought you said a mind break. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry you were having a mind breakdown. I hope your mind is unbreaking soon. I'm sorry, I can't read. But maybe you need a mind break then. Maybe that's this. Actually, maybe that's the solution. Is you need a mind break if you're having a little bit of a mind breakdown. You know. Maybe you just need a little relax break brain time. Go stare at the sky for 10 minutes. It was lovely. I enjoyed it thoroughly. No, I'm trying to throw that shit. All right, there we go. Oh, fuck your pots, I guess. You know what? Fuck all these pods. Play this like it's fucking Zelda. Alright, can I go up the other way though? It's okay by Addams Family? True, true, true. Dude, Addams Family is so good. Maybe I should rewatch this season. The spooky season. I haven't watched Addams Family in a hot minute. What do we got here? Yeet! Yeah, that's gonna be a good thing, right? It sounds like it makes a good sound when I do it, at least. Oh, the old one? Old one's so good. Classic. Ugh, my feet. I'm getting all these fucking shards, dude. I think the key goes over here, I bet. Yeah. Yeah, the 90s movie is so good. So good. Wait, no, I don't want that. Oh, I have to push it. It's not a pole. I see. That was my confusion. Of course, of course. What are you? I don't want to throw you. I'm just gonna set you down. How do I get up there? Do I need to throw that shit? Maybe I do. Maybe I do need to eat it. Can't throw that far, though. Yes, I understand. That's what I've done! Oh, I can hold... Oh, I can charge it up. There we go. Let me out! Let me out! Yeah, the movie cast is just so... They're so classic. That way? Oh, the fourth wall! I hit it. Okay, where are we going here? Do I just need to do the same thing on this side? Only one door is open at a time, I'm guessing. Sorry, little monkey, I need to eat you again. Just eat! Fuck, dude. Do I need to be closer? There we go. I like how if I'm closer, I can just suddenly throw way high. Also, what is it? The parents in Addams Family are like so wholesome, dude. The best love. I hope that love like that finds me, and I hope it finds everyone else here, dude. Really freak for freak type type vibes. Hello, little rats. Oh, I'm sickly. That's rude. They blew out my flame. I feel like I'm gonna eat a rat and I'm gonna be really sad about it. Okay, I'll light this and the little loading icon will, or saving icon will show up, but somehow we won't save here. I don't understand, man. I'm turning! Hi, Negligence, welcome on in. Hello, hello, howdy. Oh, no notification. Yeah, that sounds like Twitch. Everything swell. Oh no, is that a dead rat? Oh no. Oh, thank God there's food in here. Sorry, rats, I have to steal your meat. Oh, I'm gonna get trapped. This is absolutely a trap. I feel like I'm getting evil every time I eat food. I knew it! I knew it! It can't just... You're... Oh no, Shiny, did your trim go bad? Oh. Oh no. Yeah, my new haircut, dude. TP. They locked me up. Let me out of here! Let me out! Can I let other people out? Does not appear so. It's kind of fucked up that I have to use this guy who's in the box to get this. I could be that size. I could be. We're just going for decoration more than game accuracy. I think I'd be smaller than Scuff, to be honest. I'd be baby. Okay, interesting. Is there anything up here? Okay. Poor Shiny, poor Shiny. Isn't that the kid Pennywise killed at the beginning of the movie? Basically, you're not wrong. No, climb it. Ooh. There we go. Oh, just barely, dude. Oh, what? I died still? Oh, god damn it. Hey, why does Void get, why is it cool for other people to say, damn, Void just gets, yeah, he wishes you a regular day. What the heck, man? Damn, Void, you're just getting bullied for no reason. Void doing the nice thing. Get him out of here. The jokes ruined you. Oh, I gotta swing it is what it is. I see. I didn't realize there was the swing to this. I feel like I could have let those people out, or whatever they are. Crazy that I didn't. That seems fucked up. What am I missing here? Did I soft block myself? No way, right? I feel like this game would not. Can I just push? Pull? No. Yeah, but it's like, I'm gonna not participate. Get him out of here! Mute everything on your actual birthday, that's fair. Okay, what am I missing here? I can see the big hole in the floor. Nothing to get to. Oh, can I climb this? Ah, there we go. I can't wait to miss a lot of stuff in this game because I often will just be like, I don't think I can do that in a game. Why would I be able to? Oh my god, dude, are you I almost fucking fell out. That's wild. I'm trying to see. Oh, yo, let me hit this. Sick. Yeah, baby guillotine. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Alright, where are we going? Oh. Bro, sniffing for me. No, let me in. I hate him. He's a sniffer, dude. Go away, sniffer! Go away! I think I need to get up, but I don't know. Oh fuck, I juked him somehow. That's crazy. What? Heads you'll say it, tails you yell it. Alright, go back to your weird shit, my guy. Stop trying to sniff me. Stop sniffing me. Okay, where do I need to go? I think we need to get to that window over there. But I don't really know how to get there. Bro, I couldn't- is that one? Like, it shows it's open on the side, but it won't let me in. Can I just not go in that one? I guess I just can't go in that one. Is it because he grabbed something out of that one? She got a big head. Alright, the fucking yoinker is gonna come grab me in a second. Stop sniffing me. Go, 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 banana peel! Come on, dude. Stop trying to sniff. He's doing some shit over there. Just like, how do I get up? That way. Wait. That's crazy. What's everyone's ideal banana ripeness? I like a little green, to be honest. Fuck, dude. I like a little green. Once it gets too many spots, though, I can't do it. I don't like a mushy banana, I think. For me, it's a texture thing. You know? Okay, I am struggling with this part. What do they need from me here? I've got to get into that window on the left, I'm guessing. I was wondering, I saw him grab that other one and put it up there. I'm wondering if maybe I could get him to do the same with me, but I don't know how. Banana milk's delicious, okay? It's tasty. With the tree. Banana fresh off the tree. That guy is all fucking wingspan, dude. That's crazy. Okay, he knows I'm here, so he's not working anymore. He's using me as an excuse to stop working. Oh wait, he's going back? Maybe he'll grab me. Don't like that. Okay, it does not seem like that's going to be the case. How the fuck do I get there? Oh, his arms are so fucking long, dude! The tree is the best part. Also, thanks for the check-in, Shiny. I appreciate it. That's fair. I just mean like straight up eating. Like just straight banana. Yeah, because then ripeness definitely is either important, very important, or not as important. I have to be nice to him. He's grabbing me. Why do I gotta be nice to him, huh? Okay, where the fuck do I go here? Man, I cannot. I'm struggling. Yellow with a bit of green. Yeah, that's my preferred. Or like just got fully yellow. Cause yeah, once it mid-green, mid-yellow. Yeah, I agree. Banana's a little bit hard. Yeah, not a freaky way. I just like a soft but mushy banana is such a no-go for me. Like, ugh. Ugh. Does anyone else eat a banana peanut butter sandwich? So good. It's just like a peanut butter sandwich, but like with some slices of banana in there. Sometimes I put honey to mix it up. A little extra sweetness. Grab me, sir. Put me up on the table. Alright. Oh, he did grab me. I didn't think he'd grab me in there. Oh, you don't like bananas in general. That's fair. I've known a lot of, like, plain banana haters. Alright. So that's not doing anything. Climbing this way, also not doing anything. As soon as we pass him, he starts fucking snuffling. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to go behind that. Eat them because they're healthy, but other than that, nah. Ah, I see. I like a banana. My only issue, he could smell the skill issue. Wow, dude. What the fuck? Be nice to me. You're saying to be nice to that guy. Hold on. I don't know where to go, dude. There's obviously something I'm missing here. I can't climb up on that left side. The only thing I'm wondering is if maybe there's a way for me to climb up on the right where he's going. Does JoJo eat bananas? I know nothing about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, to be honest, other than the fact that the anime style's not for me, so I'll never watch it. I've heard it's really good though. But like, to be honest, I've had people describe JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to me, because finally I was like talking to some people and I was like, what's that show even about? And then, like, the way they described it to me, I was like, I'm even more confused somehow. I don't know if you can hear me is what it is. Oh my god! I don't even need to be in here? There's a little hole for me to escape! I just didn't see it the whole time! I hate it here! Oh my god, I've been in here for no reason! He's been grabbing me for no reason and sniffing me! He didn't even need to be. I swear to God. I swear to God. God damn it, that's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Let me in. That's so funny. Long arms. I smell stinky hands. No, they've been washed. They're clean. They're clean, I swear. You know what? While I'm waiting. Oh, wait. If I unwait, it's gonna pause it. Man's got no ass. I do know what JoJo looks like, the main guy, yes. Here, you keep walking that way, you old raggedy ass bitch. Bye. Bye, fuck ass. No, no, go in! Oh my god. Ah! Wait, he can do that? Oh, that was scary. Wait, what's up here? Ah, nothing. Okay. I love a whole lot of nothing. This feels like they're murdering a whole lot of people, I have to say. Feels like there's definitely been murders afoot. Oh, let me in! Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. The sniffer, I hate that guy. JoJo's 17, that's crazy. You thought I was wearing a peanut outfit? That's so funny. No, it's supposed to be a raincoat. I have my little raincoat on. Like the game. Oh my god! It's like that one scene in Amnesia. It's like the water monster from Amnesia. Where do I go from here? Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. Oh fuck! I accidentally clicked out. Ooh. Goodbye, water monster from Amnesia. That's nuts. Ha ha ha. I see what you did there. Bro, the fucking sniffer's back? Are you kidding me? I fucking hate this guy. Yo, fuck this guy. I can ban you for that? Okay, say less. Ban. Hold on. Get out of here! All of the messages getting deleted. That's so funny on the screen. I've never noticed that. No, let him go away. He's gonna get you. He's gonna sniff you guys. Look, I gotta for the bit, dude. You gotta for the bit. You said to do it. I'd be rude not to, you know? That was at your request. Alright, we've got a little monkey. Look at this deleted message is giving look at this graph. I feel like it would be a good meme, honestly, if that's not, or emote, if that's not already one. So many creepy ass dolls. I hate it. Hey, he's got a spoon. Do you think he's collecting that? Is that his souvenir? Oh! Yeet. Be free, I think. Or I'm just murdering people, who knows. Is this not the way I was supposed to go? Do I need to go back? Oh, he's going back. Can I climb up this one? Get away, sniffer! Long ass arms ass bitch. I bet your long ass arms can't reach me from up here! If they can, I'm gonna fucking scream. Yeah, get out of here, sniffer. That sentence makes no sense. I'm too ill for this. Ill like cool, or like ill like sick. I feel like it do start to be that time, right? That time of the year where people start getting sick. I'm sorry. I hope you start feeling better. What the fuck, dude? He just pulled himself up into the fucking ceiling? The fuck is that shit, dude? I hate the sniffers so much. I hate that man. What is happening? Am I pushing on the wrong side? Ah, there we go. Oh, sniffer! Fuck! God damn it. I should have hidden that cubby. I saw it, but I ran past. No, I think it was before my time, god damn it. I'm not that old. Fuck, dude. I thought that was a little cubby that I could hide in. It was not. I wonder if I could hide amongst the dolls. The game mechanic of hiding while progressing in a map was first implemented in a PlayStation 3 game of Rango. Interesting. I'm not surprised that Rango had a game, because back in the day, they don't do this anymore, but like any kids game that came out, any kids movie that came out had yes, any kids movie that came out often had a game associated with it. Because it was just like free money for them, I think. They just make like a low quality game. And then that was it. Oh, the clocks piss him off, I see. He hates them. Does it say under? Maybe not. I wonder if I can knock any of these towers over. Oh, I can just climb them. I see. I don't know how I feel about this ominous piano hanging. Hi, Synth. Hello. Howdy, howdy. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. Sausage Party game? No, I think by then, that's so funny. I think by the time Sausage Party was being a thing, though, they had stopped that. I want to say by like the 2010s, they stopped making like kids games for every single kids movie that came out. All right, where are we going here? A lot of bookcases to climb. Not seeing a lot though. This piano's got to be important somehow. I think that's a death. Yeah. Oh, does fall damage not kill you in this part? That's really nice if so. That's so weird. I'm so sorry. You should have it. I'll have to double check that like the roll was applied to you. Maybe there's something weird with the bot. Oh, I can just climb up this one straight up? Okay, easy. Never mind. Oh, and then we swing across on the piano. Oh, there's a JoJo explanation. Like I said, I've had someone explain JoJo to me. So I know what it's about loosely. I was just saying, though, that, like, once someone explained it to me, I was like, that's fucking crazy, dude. Like, what? I feel like I understand. That's even crazier than what I thought I knew. But good explanation, though, if anyone else needs it. If anyone's curious what JoJo's about. Because I was just always like, whatever, they're all buff and really pretty, I guess, and they're always, in crazy clothes, you know? And then, yeah, a friend explained it. Well, I think it was a few friends explained it to me, and I was like, the fuck, dude? What? You download a PS2 emulator and you're having a nostalgic time? Oh, nice, nice. Hot muscle men, what more do you need? True, true. That's your thing, dude? JoJo's great. Oh, I bet there's something on the other side, huh? I have to probably carry the handle over. I bet. Where's that piano at? Piano, swing on over. Oh, wait, maybe not. That's far to climb. I don't think I can climb holding something. Maybe I just gotta sneak around this sniffer. I hate him. I hate this man so much. There's nothing here. There's nothing to see here, sir. Go away, go away, go away. Oh, you want the hood off? Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what it is. I have shortcuts for things, but I have not done it in a while. Okay, hold on. No, not that one. Hold on. There we go. Look! Because I had to take the hair off the hood. This game is based on the UK, by the way. I see, I see. Yeah, I was able to pull off the other, you know, I got a haircut, you know, short hair. But the hoodie hides most of it. Or the thing. Hold on, while we're here though, pausing. While we're here pausing, I need to add a thing. I need to add one thing. One thingamajig. You guys can all look, I guess, well. You guys can all look while I add the thing. Where is the thing? There's the thing. Oh, the thing is so large. New emote? I don't think there's a new emote. Mm. Dude, how do I do this? You know what? That's good enough. He has to have a coat too, you know? He has to have one too. Oh, so cute. I love it. Also, welcome back, Sora. I hope you had a good brunch. What'd you eat? What'd you eat? So cute, dude. I realized earlier, I was like, oh my god, he doesn't have a fucking coat. And I was like, I'll do it next stream. But I'm like, I think I could do it in like 2 seconds. I'll be real quick. Oh my god, I love it. Oh my god. Oh, Angry Chicks. I haven't had that, actually. I think we have that near one here, maybe, or like a similar brand. I know there's so many, I feel like, similar chains is like the best way to say it. Oh my god, he can't reach those grubby little fucking hands up here. Shit. Bye, bitch! Although I'm sure he's about to come through this door in a second. You open a bag of gum at school. For real. Also, I love that that's such a timeless thing. Like, I feel like no matter how old someone is, you're like, yeah, dude. Back in my day, also when we'd get gum, everyone wanted a piece. Can I make this man come turn the TV on? Oh, there we go. TV putting in work. TV putting in work. Oh, TV, let's go. Let's go, TV. Thank you. I just know that bitch is coming. Fuck! God damn it! God damn it! I was hoping that I'd get it. Okay, where do we restart at? Oh, of course, in this room. Also, bye, Shiny. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you feel better and your work goes well. Thank you. Thank you. It was good seeing you. Have a good rest of your weekend and your Saturday. Good to have this in person. Okay, okay, take 2. Yeah, have a good swim, Shiny. Fuck you, Mr. Sniffer. I hate you. All my homies hate you, Mr. Sniffer. Oh shit, he didn't get distracted enough by the TV. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I was too impatient. I was too impatient. Oh, well, I thought I would catch myself and I guess I didn't. I guess that was not happening. It's okay. It's better, I think, if I wait for him to turn off the TV anyways. Alright. I hate the way this TV's really annoying, though, if I'm gonna be honest. Alright, get in here, Sniffer. Is he just watching TV in there now? I thought he'd come to turn it off, but it seems like he's just fucking listening. Also, I think I might be able to, like, sneak through some of the shelves. Looks like some of them have, like, an open bottom or whatever. Fuck, dude. No, put that shit in. Oh, I hate it because you can hear him coming, dude. Okay, and I have to wait a little bit. Oh, we made it! We made it! Okay, let's go. I hate that guy. I hate that guy. Oh no, this looks bad. Steam evil, steam hurt. One way to find out. Yeah, steam hurt. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. I was thinking maybe it'll go off, but I think we have to push this cart over it. Or pull this cart? Yeah. Oh, can I just jump across, actually? Oh, never mind. I'm a silly goose. Oh, but I need the cart for cart reasons. Easy. Oh, no, 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 no. Come back. Oh! That's so fucked up, dude. That's so messed up. Are you kidding me? If I have to do the cart again, I'm gonna be so annoyed. I hate this game. This game has the worst checkpoints. Some of the worst checkpoints I've ever seen in a game. Nope. That's so mean to make it where, like, if you run out, you just fucking die dead immediately. A ripperoni. Oh. Let me in. Hey, at least like Nightmares 2, you get a buddy, right? Won't be so spooky solo. Maybe they give me shoes too, so I'm not running around getting tetanus. Ah! And shit. I was not expecting Mr. fucking Long Arms Grabby Hand Sniffer to grab me like that. Fuck you with your long ass arms. I hate you. Oh. Stop feeling that pipe up like that. That's weird, man. That's weird. What the hell? Okay. Do I need to, like, try to get him to grab me on the left one and then go on the right one? I thought he's blind, though, so, like, light shouldn't matter, right? Oh! Bro's got 2 fucking arms. Got it. I figured it'd be a 1 arm at a time situation. Nope. Absolutely not, apparently. Oh, I just had to crouch past, I guess. That rat looked really scared, but like scared of something above. Oh god. Leave me alone, Sniffer. Fuck, dude. Ugh, I hate the perspective on this game. Okay, okay, we got this. We got this. Lock in, lock in. We just gotta lock in. Stay away from me, grab your hand, Sniffer. Stay away. Bruh! I'm running as fast as I can. There we go. I hope it crushes his arms. Oh, fuck! I was not expecting him to be able to reach up that far. Damn it. I just need to, like, outlast it. Maybe, maybe not. What the fuck? Okay. Oof. like nowhere to climb up from here from what I can see. Alright, alright, alright. What else am I possibly missing here? Okay, I think I just gotta, like, wait forever. I'm hoping it'll crush him maybe as well, huh? So maybe if I just keep jumping, like, up and down here. It doesn't look like the thing's crushing him more, but I'm thinking maybe it will eventually. Unless maybe I'm supposed to go grab it, so it crushes him? Oh, that might be what it is. Fuck. Okay. I gotta be a little further out on that one to start. I think maybe I need to have it make it crush him. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it, okay. Oh. Stop touching me! Stop touching me! He's grabbing me! He's grabbing me! I know, I'm braining. I'm braining. I had a... Wait a minute! Wait a minute, guys. I think I got it. Perfect, because he was about to fucking grab my ass. Get fucked, loser! I hate you so much. Fuck your arms, fuck your long-ass arms, you dickhead. No, fucking jump! No, I just can't get to the escape. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that death scream, right? Crazy. I'm gonna use my lighter that I've been not using for half the game. Is this ladder going to lead to nothing? Are they bamboozling us again? I don't like these hooks. Oh! Is that out? Is that out? That looks like a long way down. We might have to grab a hook, I'm thinking. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, feels weird to just climb on a body like that, but I think we're supposed to. I probably should have grabbed it the other way. I'm facing backwards, but it's okay. Look, yo, it's that part of BioShock Infinite, dude. Circumcise his arms. We should have got his sniffer nose while we were at it too. He'll never sniff again. Oh, I'm getting hungry again. Are we gonna eat people this time? Or whatever these bodies are? Oh my god, get up. I hate the perspective. Get around the fucking door. Are we gonna get trapped again? Because I see a trap with probably food on it. Oh no, no food on that trap. I feel like we're gonna do a little cannibalism. I don't know. The hunger seems like a big deal. I don't want to eat this rat, and I feel like we're going to. Damn it, I don't want to. Sad! No! Not the little rat. No. We are a little nightmare, dude. We are the monster the whole time. Feast on the dead. They taste like the breath. I see. I didn't realize how you had messed it up earlier. Oh, not the way the bodies move when you stand on them. Yucky. The whistles, or the wheels sound like someone whistling. Look at all this food we could have eaten that's not a fucking rat, dude. Eat that shit. Damn it, you son of a bitch. A new enemy? Oh, I hate this perspective. This is giving very, like, Resident Evil kitchen. No, let me under! Fuck. Thank God this guy's got short arms, dude. He'd be grabbing me otherwise. This guy's easier than the long arm guy. Good to know, good to know. Can't get me, bitch. Oh, where's the key? I haven't seen it at all. I see some shelves up there, probably over there. Get out! Yo, why is he rubbing the fish like that? Oh, dead fish. No one look. No one look. I'm blocking most of it, luckily. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Fuck your shit. Fuck your kitchen, dude. Get bonked, loser. I didn't think I was gonna make that jump for a second. I hate this perspective so much. Yeah, what's that sound? Go over there. Idiot. I'm not over there. No one look at the dead fish. They're just sleeping, they're just sleeping. They're fake, they're stuffed, they're stuffed. They're all stuffed. They're all sleeping. Don't even worry about it, guys. The bathroom. That's a terrible portrait above the toilet. Also, once again, why are they shitting thigh to thigh? That's like a common theme in this game. I don't like the way that looks. Okay, the bedroom lit up eventually. Oh my god, this is where the fucking key's at? Well, before I do that, let me do this other shit. Hi, Mooples. Hello, welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. Kinda wanna go in. Bruh! Oh, that was the wrong move. That's where I need to take the key. Oh my god. Can I go back and they'll let me go up again? Right? The little raincoats. I love it. Okay, thank god. Okay. I was gonna be so annoyed if I had to go back and do it all the proper way. It'd be so funny though. Alright, let me go get the key. I'm glad you liked them though. Okay. My ever persistent issue of wanting to explore all of the things before actually moving on in the game. Nightmare. This will be loud as fuck, huh? Nah, I'm not here. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Bye! Bye! But now there's two of them, huh? Ah, shit. Just 3 little guys in a raincoat. Yo, sir, can you get to the meats? That works too. It's fine, it's fine, it's gonna be fine, it's all gonna be fine. Lovely, it's gonna be great. Sir, get out of there. He's playing Overcooked. He's playing Overcooked in the kitchen. I haven't played Overcooked in so long, actually. That's like Overcooked is a crazy game to play with people, honestly. Slide, slide, slide. Oh, thank God. I couldn't tell if I got it or not. Overcooked is so anxiety-inducing, especially depending on who you're playing with, too. Some people are fucking crazy when it comes to that game. Honestly, I think I can just fucking full send up the stairs. He doesn't know I'm here. The bathroom. I cannot reach that. Bro, who has... I guess this maybe isn't the bathroom. I thought it was the bathroom. Maybe it's just like a wash, rinse area. You love Overcooked? You're great at it? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm pretty good, but like, you've got... Like I said, it so depends on who you're playing with and stuff. You've got to be able to lock the fuck in. Okay, I'm guessing I'm gonna have to... Yeah. This is about to be disgusting. You guys have all been warned. I feel like this will be really gross. Okay, maybe not so bad. Right? As soon as I'm out of sight, they're like, must have just been the wind. Also, I've got to be able to climb in here, right? I want to. Let me in. Oh, no, I can't. Damn it. I was hoping I'd be able to. Alright, we have to make a chain of sausages to swing across. Ooh, whoops. Can I get, like, more than one drop-in at a time? Ah, only one at a time. Maybe? Only one period? What am I missing here? What's going on? Sausage! Sometimes all you need is a little bit of sausage. I guess so. Alright, I feel like I need to swing across with the sausages, but we're only getting one. Sausage machine, are you broken? We can only spin it one way. Like, I can see that we'll need to grab it and swing and jump in, right? I assume? Only a little sausage at the treat. You completed 1 and 2 with almost all DLCs. That's crazy, Snorat. That's insane. Huge, though. What am I doing? Sausage. Would anyone like... May I offer you a sausage in this trying time? Oh, wait. Can I throw it in here? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Fuck. Shit. You dropped your cucumber 3 times in a row, dude. Hold on to your cucumber. Why is it so slippery, dude? Okay, this is not working. We've got quite a few sausages. No, only one I can grab, I think? Emergency sausage. Emergency rations. What's going on with this chopping board? Nothing. Fuck. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? How do I climb up here? Usually that's climbable? It's a reverse. It was me. I'm the reason you dropped your cucumber 3 times, Barry. Okay. Yo, what the fuck are we missing here? Also, holy shit. What am I covered in? Ink? sausage blood? I feel like I should definitely be able to go in here. This is my emotional support sausage now. I'm gonna bring it everywhere. Bro, where? What will I do? Like, I feel like I get the premise here. Why is it not working? I feel like more sausages should be, or meat. We can't really swing enough for a jump. And like, I feel like I see it. I honestly think it might be bugged. I'm going to restart from the last checkpoint and hope it's not very far behind. Okay, perfect. We came back in the sausage room. All right. All right, no sausages yet. One yum. Like, I could feel I could see the second sausage forming. It's just not coming down. This also might be an issue where, like, depending on how we're playing, the game is bugged. That does happen to us kind of often, actually. Embracing the burnt flan allegations. What the hell? It's not burnt flan. Also, hi Rhythm. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. Okay, let me see. Little Nightmares sausage lock. Not Little Caesars. Okay, there's somewhere else we need to go. I'm just missing something. You are looking it up. That's so fair. I feel like I should be able to go in here, but I don't think I can. I think I should be able to climb this. All right, I might need just a little. Okay. Okay. I just needed a little assistance, you know. Get up! We're fine. Get up! Okay. No worries. Hey, at least I'm not all covered in goo anymore. Fuck, dude, how do I get that milk right? No, not my emotional support sausage. Not right now, emotional support sausage. I'll hold you later. Oh, shit. I've definitely gotta be able to get in there somehow. I feel like it's just maybe like an angle that I have to take the jump at. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm just fucking up. I think I'm just fucking up this jump. Ugh. I'm not cool like that. I can't do parkour. Look at me, I can't even get on the table. Am I doing enough of a running jump, maybe? Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay. Ding! You've arrived. Oh, wait. Is that the meat? I think that's the meat. Ah. Arby's. We have the meats. Which is a crazy, that's a crazy tagline, right? Arby's being like, yo, our tagline is we have the meats as fucking meats. I won't lie, I was a little worried that if I stood on that, it would kill me. Alright, second sausage, hopefully now. Ding. I like how it dings, it's so unnecessary. Like, you would just, like, hear it open on its own. You know? Oh, wait. I hate that sound. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Also, sorry, I don't know how to do this next jump. Oh wait, I'm a silly goose. I guess there's more meat up in that room. Alright, you know, we haven't been doing that. This is the only one where I've been like, fuck you. I can't figure it out. Mostly because, like I said, I could see that the sausage links were like trying to come down, so I wasn't sure if the animation was like broken. Alright, we gotta get to climbing in here. Oh, there we go. Can I? Ah, there we go. Okay, one more. And then a third somewhere, I think, maybe? I feel like I've gotta be able to get in there somehow, right? Maybe I have to stand on a sausage. Ooh, ooh, I tapped out. Yeah, dude! I know, there's definitely something suspicious about what they've been eating. That's what I was saying. I don't like it. Oh, I could just hop up there. Okay, that's easy. I feel like we're doing maybe a little bit of cannibalism as a treat, but I can't quite tell. Yeet! I would prefer if we weren't doing a little bit of cannibalism as a treat, but that's definitely the vibes. No! Fuck. I hate perspective. Unless it's like new perspective in life. Is this just supposed to be like an aw sad thing? I think it is. There's a dead little guy and a little rat. Any meat in here though? Oh, sorry. I keep accidentally tabbing out. Like, I keep mousing away on accident. I think this is just find the collectible and then be sad. I love it! Okay, I think there's one more meat, maybe. I'm not seeing it. Maybe that's all, actually. Let me double check. Oh, okay. One was already... We already got one of them. Okay, that's what's happening. Alright, sorry. Collectible trauma! Yay! Me watching Naruto right now, dude. Every time something happens, I'm like, oh, the trauma. I haven't watched anymore. No update for the Naruto, for if anyone's curious. We're still like 120, 130-ish, I think. I'm like a fourth of the way through, finally. Oh, fuck. This is crazy to just swing from a sausage. You know, as you do, as you do. Also, is game audio good? Sorry, I have not been keeping as much of an eye on that as I should be. Hopefully it's okay. Not like there's a lot of talking, so it's not like, you know, we're necessarily missing a lot. But if it's really quiet or anything, just let me know. It's been good so far? Okay, perfect, thank you. I like checked a little bit at the beginning, but then I forgot to like check during the loud bits and stuff. Why is he so angry? Oh no. That is a face only a mother could love, and probably not even that. He looks like the fucking moon from, but like horrifically, from Bear in the Big Blue House, if anyone knows what I'm talking about. Like a really awful version of the moon from Bear in the Big Blue House. Bye! See ya never! By which I mean he's probably gonna run up here in a second. Yeah, I think this is just the hidey hole. The moon was spooky? The moon was spooky! I love Bear in the Big Blue House though. It's so, I don't know, don't judge me for this, but when he does the snips on the camera, it was just so cute. I missed that show too. Great show. Bear in the Big Blue House, 10 out of 10 show. Honestly, kids animation was really, like, not to say it's bad now, but kids animation was really, really good, like, in the 90s and the 2000s. Really good. Yes, there it is. Oh my god, it's the, I didn't realize that's the emote. Like, I saw you do it earlier, but oh, so cute. Oh, this guy's fucking hacking it. Ugh. Don't like that, Sam I am. Ugh, why is he, like, grubbing in his neck skin? Ugh. Oh, there's the key. Fuck. I don't want to go see what's over here, though. There's nowhere to hide there. I'm gonna have to wait until he turns around. I'm in your top 3 Goofy Goobers? Oh hell yes, dude. Thank you. I feel blessed to be a top 3 Goofy Goober. Huff and stuff. Bro, can you turn around? Start looking, asshole. Fuck, dude. Hey, sir, have you considered turning around for like an extended period of time? I think you're just too hyper-fixated on the meat, my guy. I'm over here. I'm over here with my lighter, dude. I'm over here with my lighter. You should totally look over here. Look at me with my lighter. I'm over here doing lighter things. Bro, he doesn't even care! I'm over here like it's a goddamn fucking concert and he just doesn't even give a shit. No! Pick that shit up! Pick that shit up! Fuck! slowest reaction. For real, dude. I'm up here. I'm up here. Fuck! I can't tell once he gets there. It's so hard to see him. He's throwing me in a stew, dude. Is he already in here chopping away? Look at me! Fuck, dude. He turned around fast as fuck. Ugh. He's so big that, like, if he gets in front of me in the camera, I just can't. I can't see it. Yo, what up, bud? I guess I'll just explore in here and see what's going on here. Oh, can I press this button? Oh, and then he comes over here? And then he goes, huh, I wonder who did that. And I go, it was me. It was me the whole time, Barry. And then I run away. I see. Perfect. Bro was on Eggs game. Can he reach me? Oh, maybe. Fuck, dude. I didn't know that. Where am I even at under here? Alright, go back to chopping your meat, dude. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. We out this bitch. What? It's like the little yell it does. It's so funny. Oh fuck! I dropped it! Fuck, I dropped the key! Oh my god, pick it! Bro, let me out! Bro, let me out! Bro, let me out! That was so close, dude! Thanks, man. I have to go up this way? Fuck, dude, how do I go up? Did I fuck this up? Oh no. I feel like I was supposed to be in there before he was. Door is not pushable. Unless, can I just grab this? Ah, there we go. And then in I go, I guess? That's crazy. That seems like a bad choice. I'm going to take this block. It stands out to me. Oh, plunger. What do you— I can't grab the plunger? Ugh. Also, is this about to be the Star Wars trash compactor scene? Oh. Okay. Not a lot of up down. Put the camera, we can go side to side, that's about it. I feel like I should be able to grab this plunger. I don't know, the plunger is really standing out to me. I like that you can hear the flies, but you can't see any flies. Oh, okay, I have to get up there somehow. Oh, I can just I can just climb. Got it. Fuck! Not that, though. The amount of this game that's just me being like, oh, I could just climb. Okay, got it. Just climb up. Not any crazy puzzles. That plunger was really speaking to my soul, though. Oh. Smash my head there. Oh, he's doing the scrubbing. Oh, there's two of them now. Great. Love that. Love that. Okay, we gotta make a break for it between here and that spot. Get in there! Fuck! Oh my god, I'm stepping on so much glass. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't look for me, don't look for me, don't! No! No, go away! Go away! Shoo, sir. Don't bother me. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here, man, I don't like you. I don't know what that did, but it must have done something. The hooks? I think we probably have to ride a hook through the thing now. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. I say even though this whole game is suspicious. Not me fucking smash my head there. Okay, somewhere along the way, hooks. Sir! What are you coughing up? Disgusting. Where are these hooks coming from? I see, okay. I think I have to get up on the table and climb the dish tower. Now, do I have anything that can make noise down here? No. Okay. Bye, guys. Maybe I have to make noise on the other side? Oh, maybe with the plates? Probably the plates. You can't see me, I'm not in here. That's crazy, dude. be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. It's all I can think of. I know it's so dumb, but... Bye! Your stubby little arms can't reach me. I bet you wish you were the crazy long arm guy. That's right, chase me. You'll never get me. I'm making my grand escape. Goodbye! Oh, wait. That guy looks like he might be able to grab me. Oh, that guy grabbed me! I just wasn't sure. Okay, good, we started here. Whoa! That's not good, though. That's bad. That's so bad. Oh my god, they're throwing shit at me. Oh, so close. Oh my god, they're yeeting shit at me. Jesus. Only I throw bottles. Stop that. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh. I was just trying to stand up. Okay, whatever. This part wasn't that bad. Oh, I'm covered in little soap suds. That's so cute. I just noticed that. I think the angle that I'm grabbing this hook at kind of sucks. Okay, can I, before it... Oh, there we go. Oh, don't fall, don't fall. I hate the perspective. It's so tricky. Oh, there we go. Out of the kitchens. Let's go. The chefs will miss me is what the achievement says. I doubt it. I won't be missing the chefs. That's for damn sure. I feel like we're on a boat, is my guess, in this game. Because things are kind of like wibbly wobbly, you know? And like the way the bathrooms were. There's just like quite a few things. This is a long little ladder. Oh my god. I think I accidentally killed myself. Wow, the outside world fucking dies. Alright, hold on, hold on. I guess we're going up? Oh, back in? We are on a boat, confirmed, yeah. Which, like, there was parts earlier that I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's, like, boat doors and stuff. So, oh my god, this is spooky. Oh, people are coming onto the ship. Okay. There's a burb up there, a seagull. Nice to see something else here. Well, maybe not, because I'll probably try and eat the bird. Alright, guys wearing masks. Oh! God damn it. Oh my god, I hate the checkpoints for this game. It's just so easy to fall off shit. Fuck like that. I don't want to eat the bird, but they might against my will. Also, hi, Lazy Wing. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. Alright. Oh my god, dude. Come on, please. Alright. Alright, lock in. There we go. The perspective in this game is crazy. Like, we're so small on the screen right now. We're one of the smallest things on the screen right now. I feel like I never see this happen with a character in a video game. Don't look at me, don't stare at me, okay? Look. I can't even say I was farming either, dude. I was just fucking it up. Not in a cool way, fucking up in a bad way. Alright, slowly and surely. Alright, we're in, boys. Now, if I cannot kill myself walking on this pipe, that would be great. Fuck, she almost fell over! Why am I almost falling over? Oh, because the boat's rocky? Okay, just don't fall over off the edge, okay? We'll be good. I feel like they're definitely eating people in this game. I don't know, something very crazy spooky is happening. It feels like a lot of cannibalism. And that's when the cannibalism started. I am enjoying it. The perspective's a little rough, I won't lie. But other than that, I'm enjoying it. Mostly just like, I feel like I can't always see where my character's at exactly. But I admit, it's very good atmosphere. Just very neat so far. I know a lot of people love this series, though. I know this is like a big favorite for a lot of people. Ooh. I just feel like I'm already prone to like dying in silly ways in a game, and this game is only enabling me to be able to do so. So like, these guys look normal, you know, well, normal-esque. They seem like a real fat cat type. Oh! Geisha up there, maybe? A woman? Oh, an alive woman. I feel like the story of this game will be, at least it seems like it's going to actually have like a lot of depth to it, in my opinion. But I might be totally wrong. It might just be like, things are spooky, no further meaning, but it feels like there's gonna be a further meaning. Like, I'm seeing like a lot of gluttony and like I said, getting very like rich fat cat vibes here. Oh my god. I was not expecting that. Alright, so don't break anything. Fucking hell, dude! Oh my god! Okay, so I think I should just break the bottle anyways. Just break the bottle and fucking run. Avoid the table. I hate this man crawling around after me. Oh, he's still crawling after me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh fuck, where do I go? Up on the table? Up on the table on the dish stack? Favorite. I love all the little guys in this game. Yeah, this part's gross. Honestly, you know what this part reminds me of? Is it really reminds me of Spirited Away when they have like all the super gluttony, if you know what I'm talking about. Hello, friend. I got a light for you. Hell yeah, man. You like this shit? Hell yeah, man. You like this shit? Good seeing ya. Where am I going from here? See a bucket of water? Is this where I'm supposed to go? Maybe I'm just supposed to come hang out with this guy. He's kind of following me. Maybe not. Fuck, dude. Yeah, so I guess I was just going to say hi to that dude. Which is cool. I like the little guys. They're my favorite. Hi, Linda. Welcome on in. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're doing swell. Hello, hello. You just got home from work? Nice. Congrats on surviving work. I hope it went okay. Ooh, sorry, hold on, I gotta lock in. It's good to see you too. It was good. I'm glad to hear that. Hell yeah. Good work shift survived. Fuck, do I go from here? Yeah, wasn't sure about that one. That guy jumped down pretty quick. Pretty quick, he jumped down. Alright, I think he just jumps down fast no matter what, and maybe we double back. Maybe then we jump over him? I feel like I'm a little stuck. Oh! Okay. Dude, the enemies are so disturbing. Very creative, though, I have to say. It honestly is giving, like, a very, Oh, okay, I think I just had a bad jump there for a second. At one point, does he fall down? That point. Unless I can hide under the table, maybe? Oh my god, I hate the way they fucking scurry on the ground. It's so uncomfortable. Yeah, very creative. Oh, I was gonna say, it reminds me of, like, the animation for, like, a lot of horror movies, like Paranorman and stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen those ones. Oh god. Or, like, the art style. I think this is the first meter we've seen in this game, which is kind of interesting. Get out of here. I'm using the bathroom. Did not see a clear way to go. Look at me! Yippee! I'm so cute! Even though I think I'm a little, I think I might be doing a bit of a cannibalism, but, you know. Oh, right, we probably have to break something in here to piss him off. Is he coming back? Sir, are you coming back? Okay, yeah, we gotta go up there somehow. I might have to pull something over. That's not working. Can I take this? No. There's, can I push? Did I soft lock myself in here? I just can't. Yeah, 3 comes out on Friday, I think, right? That's why we're playing all of them. Hopefully playing 2 tomorrow. Can I, like, flush these toilets, maybe? Can I flood the bathroom? What's this? Can I start a fire with the toilet paper? What do I need to do here? He doesn't pay attention to me! He's not paying attention to me, I'm locked in here. Fire! Oh, okay. How do I... what are we doing here? What are we doing here that we're not doing right? Anyone got any cool ideas? Ideas? Man, I'm trying to grab everything. No grabbing happening. Let me restart from the last checkpoint. Just let him grab me. Okay, we can't go in there. No real ability to climb, it doesn't seem like. The mirror I was also... Oh, I wonder if I can break the mirror. You're probably right. Good call, good call. I wonder if I can throw that can at the mirror and break it. Yeah, it has a little crack in the corner. That's probably what it is. Alright, get out of here, loser. Oh yeah, oh yes, absolutely. Because yeah, then this drops because he does that. Oh shit. I didn't think I'd just go through it though. Goddamn. Nice, 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 nice. Thank you, yeah. I was like, the mirror seems kind of suspicious, but... Especially, I even told him, I was like, oh, first mirror in this game. Interesting, interesting. Of course, though, I miss the throw, the obvious... Ooh, fuck. God, oh, God, dude, the falls in this game are awful. Like, the crack sound, like, it's just like the neck breaks 50, not even 50, probably like 80% of on all the falls, it feels like, from based on the way they sound, they have the sounds go. Yo, fuck your mirror. And they come in, they're like, dude, what the fuck happened in here? The whole mirror? Alright, let me try to not fall off the pipes and break my neck. It's going to be a struggle for me, though. I hate those. I hate, like, balancing on anything in a game, especially at this perspective. Like, cause I can't fully see if I'm in the middle, right? Oh, let's go. And now, where do I go? Guess we can go back through again. Oh, maybe we can't go back through again. Did I just take the elevator back down? Oh, elevator goes up one more. I see. Oh, I hate that. Oh boy, howdy, do I hate that. Oh, the perspective. Yeah, dude, are you kidding me? How was I... They turned that corner way fucking faster than I did. Yeah, Stampede for real. It's like that scene in Lion King. I'm simple, dude. Alright, stay on the right-ish. What were they doing in there lying on top of each other like that, eh? God, I hate this a lot. Whoa! I thought I could climb up here. Bro, that's how people die from vending machines, dude. Really? Honestly, though, that is like a stat. Like, actually, way more people than you'd ever expect die from vending machines every year. Because basically, I guess they'll, like, try and get something out of it, I think is commonly what happens, and that fucking falls on them. Which is nuts. Imagine dying to be a fucking vending machine of all things. Get your grubby little fucking hands away from me. I hate all of you. Fuck! God damn it. God damn it. Ah! I hate this part. You know, I'm gonna light this light before I go for good luck. Fuck. Fuck. That was bad luck. I think that's a bad sign. I fucked it up twice. I always think you gotta, like, click to interact, but you don't. You just gotta come near it with it lit already. I don't know if she's getting tired, but I feel like I'm slowing down, like, a ton while I run. Get up, get up, get up! Oh my god. Like, I'm running still, but I feel like I'm just, like, not running at all. Oh, thank god. Oh, I hate it. Oh. Dude, that's so stressful, and the music gets so fucking loud. My Indiana Jones hat, let me put it on. I'm gonna go light this shit. Oh, through the crack. I see, I see. I really was not expecting, like, the very... I think they are, like, very Japanese kind of themes, right? It was unexpected, given that everything else felt very, like, almost like Nightmare Before Christmas-esque. Paranorman, like a very, what's his name? Not Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman did the soundtrack for Nightmare. Tim Burton. Very like Tim Burton animation style-esque. Oh! He has my emotional support sausage! Sir, give that here, please! Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sure it's people, but thank you. I needed this. I better eat the sausage and not the little guy. If I eat the little guy, I'm gonna be so mad. No! It's exactly what I didn't want! I hate this character. How do I kill myself? I don't deserve to live anymore. Let me jump off. No, he was a little guy and he brought me my emotional support sausage. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. I'm so sorry I've betrayed you. You deserved better. I'm a monster. I'm the real villain! I didn't know we were actually playing the bad character. I should have let everyone kill me. Oh, the pretty lady. Is there anything over here, though? Ah, yes, I figured. I think I'm the real villain, yeah, and I understand why people have been trying to kill me this whole game, you know? I think I'm the problem. I think we're going into all of the fancy rooms we saw earlier when we like previewed the whole game somehow in that one office. It's so funny watching you run into the literal fourth wall of this game like this. Like you're like, oh, I'm going. Wait. Dude, yeah, rest in peace to the little guy. He deserved better. Oh, what's this over here? It had color, so I wasn't sure. Okay, we're gonna need a key. I feel like this enemy's gonna be very spooky. I just want to come see her. Oh! That's crazy. She just grabs me. This way, maybe? I can't see shit, though. I don't know if I can make this jump. From here to the wardrobe seems crazy. No. Maybe not this way? Feels like this is the right way, but I might be wrong. Maybe we can riz her up, maybe. Also, she really did use the force, dude. She just yoinked me. I don't think I can make this jump, but just in case. Yeah, okay, nope. Can I just sneak past her, maybe? I think think she just yoinked me last time, right? Oh, there we go. She does have a pretty voice. That's why earlier I was like, I kind of just want to go see her and like see what her character is about. I feel like I have to break that vase. She's not coming in yet. Oh, she's not there though. Where is she? Where'd she go? Oh, that photo has a curtain hanging on it, which is really interesting. Where is she? Ma'am, where did you disappear to? I'm scared. Ma'am, I'm big spooked. Oh, I do want to break that one. Oh, whoops. Yeah, ma'am, I would just like to take you out to dinner sometime. Seems like you've got a lot going on, you know. I do wonder just how spooky she is, because I feel like all of these little statues we've been breaking kind of look like her, right? Okay, she's not in here at all. I feel like this closet's very spooky. And someone's gonna jump out. The fact that we've been breaking them all kind of makes me think, like, is she really evil? Or is she, like, actually good and everyone else has sucked so far, you know? I can't see myself. Where am I? Okay, we gotta take this key downstairs somehow. Also, hold on 1 second. Ooh. I'm just moving myself over. There we go. Let's just screen myself over a little bit. All right. Thanks for the check-in, Linda. I appreciate it. All right. Where's she at? She like kind of just disappeared, and now I'm really scared. Like, why'd she just be like, ah, something blew up anyways? Honestly, I feel like this is maybe like a revenge story. Like, she's killing people, but because people were evil, maybe? I see in these photos, it looks like a lot of these photos are, I'm guessing they're covered because people have died. And in that photo, it showed 5 women, and only one of them was, like, not shadowed out. So... Oh god, it's so dark. She's gonna be one of them. I knew she was gonna be fucking one of them, dude. Ma'am, leave me alone, please. Fuck. Damn it. I tried to slide, but I didn't have the angle right on it. Okay, I gotta stick a little closer to the front. Fuck. God damn again. Okay, it's a little further back than I thought. Kind of like front middle-esque. Her voice is giving very Grudge vibes, which The Grudge is also a Japanese story, right? Ma'am, please, I'm just a little guy. Oh, Phantom of the Opera? Oh, you can see that, yeah. Oh god. I don't like the way this room looks. You know what? Fuck it, though. What's going on in this room? Doesn't seem like anything's trying to grab me, so... why not have a look around? Big eye. Oh. Oh. I'm always surprised we're strong enough to pull those off. It always feels like that's stronger than we should be. All of the mirrors are broken too. Very interesting. Oh. I thought there would be like, I'd break that too. Oh, do I need to show her herself in a mirror? Ma'am. I have something to show you. Oh, she got me. Shit. Make her see the light. I'm trying to show her how gorgeous she is, you know? She's insecure, but I'm like, nah, you're beautiful, ma'am. I think we should go out sometime. See, look at you in the mirror. You see, you're pretty hot. You're pretty. You're gorgeous. And I think you should let me take you out sometime. A boss fight is just me trying to hit on a woman. Ma'am, look how pretty you are. I think you'll really enjoy this. It takes so long to get up, though. Sorry, y'all, I'm locked in. I'm locked in making sure this woman knows she's gorgeous. Don't give up. I know, I gotta just keep trying. I should have brought flowers, you're all right. What a silly mistake on my part to not bring flowers. I'm a fool. Ah, there we go. that a no to the date, ma'am? Yeah. Can you reconsider? I'll respect your decision, but just like, you know, think it over. Think it over. Her vanity is sucking up our bandwidth. Oh my gosh, her hair came down. Ma'am, you're gorgeous. Please, I hunger. This is a different kind of hunger. Oh no, dude, are we actually gonna do the cannibalism? But she's so pretty. Ma'am, hold me. Let me just sneak in here. Alright, time to eat. It's just a hickey. It's just a hickey. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a hickey. It's just a love bite. It's just a love bite. It's not even like that. I'm not, no. It's not even like that. It's fine. It's fine. Bro, what the heck? Why am I eating her of all people? Why can't I eat the other crazy guys who are trying to grab me? The fat cats. Cannibal hickey. Death by neck bites. So edgy. In my little raincoat. Is that it? This is how Twilight was born. For real. Actually, if people don't know, Twilight was, if I remember correctly, I think it was My Chemical Romance fanfiction or something, originally. And then 50 Shades of Grey was, Twilight fanfiction, originally. I think, like, the author of Twilight was, like, super in love with Gerard Way or something, and that's why Twilight was made. I think it was, like, a self-insert fic, to be honest. Oh, finally I'm eating them, too. Yeah, the music's super good. Get out of the way, sir. Soul slurping for real. Yo, you ever get the soul slurped out of you? She's honestly, we're just aura farming right now is what's happening. There's no need to walk this through. Also, sorry, hold on. The music is really loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. So this is aura farming. It is, it is. That's why the big eye's here. Oh my god, this staircase is so fucking long. Oh, I don't even have to press the button anymore. Perfect. I have so many questions. Just a little guy out in the world. Right? Your legs. And we're so small, too. I have so many questions. Now, my question for anyone who has played this, since I have so many questions, should I look things up, or will Game 2 explain more? Because, like, I think I feel like I have... God damn it. Thanks, boy. I feel like I have, like, some ideas about, like, you know, the message and the themes happening, but, like, I like concrete answers. So, like, if I look up, like... Wow, that wasn't even me. It was actually the raincoat rubbing together, okay? Okay, it was me and Scuff's raincoats rubbing together, okay? But for anyone who's played this, okay, so no concrete. Void, you gotta stop crop dusting in here, my guy. God, we finished a game and that immediately, were you holding it the whole game? Okay, so not concrete answers, okay. Well, I just want concrete answers from, like, the developers to tell me, you know. Like, I want to hear the developers be like, this was what we were intending. It's unprofessional? You think things are, you think things are professional here? You think things are professional here? That's your first mistake, first of all. You think professionalism? Hardly know her, dude. Hardly know her. Hardly know her. Not in this economy. Nuh-uh. Oh my, you guys are monsters. You're monsters. Imagine being professional. I try not to be honest. That's gross. Being professional, that's gross. Yucky. Man, okay, someone needs to go see, you might need to see someone about this at this point. I have fan theories, but I feel like the people who developed the game have never actually been like, hey, this is what we were intending. You had beans? Yeah, dude, someone just had fiber for the first time in a week. Someone just ate a bean cheese burrito for the first time in a week of no fiber. Cause like there was so many things in the game that felt like they could have symbolized a lot of other things, you know? And also we fucking sped around that. I think the average time was 3.5 hours. I think we did it in 3. Crazy. Crazy. Little Nightmares. Explanation. Explain, Reddit. Damn, this is vague. You guys are right. Damn, you guys right, this is vague. This shit is hella vague. No, I'm not a doctor. Don't trust me for anything. Yeah, people are like, it's just about dark themes. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, well, to be honest, I was gonna ask because, like, they have, like, some... It seemed like there was a lot of allegories to, like, World War II, to be honest. Like, there was definitely, like, the piles of shoes and stuff, I was like, that's really interesting, because that's, like, a really well-known photos from World War II, right? But then we got to, like, this last part that's, like, a lot of gluttony, right? Like, the fat cats eating, that's a lot of gluttony. No, not clowns. And then vanity in the end, but also, like, it seems like at some point they're obviously killing the people who come on the boat, right? That seemed to be the vibe. I mean, maybe not. It seemed like a lot of bodies, though. So then I was wondering if the lady at the end was, like, maybe, like, a revenge story? Because, like I said, it seemed like maybe a lot of the people in the photos had died, so... But I'm okay with it not being much of anything, you know? Like, I'm okay with stories sometimes just being like, this is just, they are what they are. But I was curious if, you know, if it had more to it. Because sometimes, like, you know, I'll have an idea of things, but then sometimes I'm like, oh, that thing specifically, like, that went over my head. I missed that, so... But a good game. I did enjoy it though. I did enjoy it. Aside from the perspective killed me sometimes. But other than that, good game. I'm curious to see what the second one will be about. I've heard it's a prequel to the first one, but like I don't really know. So but yeah, good. That was quick though. We'll be able to play the second one tomorrow then. We could start today, but I think we'd get like halfway through, so I'd rather see if we could do it in like one go. I always like when we go play a game on stream and complete it in one go. It's just nice. I like the music too. The music at the end, very good. I mean, just like the game design is very unique, right? Very nice. I love a honestly, I just love a game that I feel like doesn't feel like a typical game, if that makes sense. Like it's not, how do I say this? Like it's unique, right? Because like I feel like as we all know, as people who play video games, like AAA games come out and sometimes they're so copy paste of the same game from that series or another game that's already popular. But this game felt very unique and creative. And I just love something, even if it's like a game I don't end up enjoying, I love someone who takes like a risk for a game and tries to like do something original. And that's definitely what this game is. Definitely very original. Also, I can't get over Scuff in his raincoat. It's so fucking cute, dude. It's so cute. He's so cute. Look at him. His little ears. Oh. Sorry, I know the audio keeps cutting out. I like to watch the credits on games usually, so. We did it! Yippee! Finished! I like the logo's so cute. You got your little raincoat person and the eye. Oh, interesting. Oh, after credits scene? Oh, just the thank you for playing. When you escape the horrors and you go, what do I do now? Who knows? They're like, damn, I really did all that just to get up here? Cool. Ah! Thank you for the hydrate. And the posture check. I'm just sad that we killed the little guys. Oh, do you get to unlock concept art? The only thing we unlocked. Great. It's giving fucking, not Chewbacca, it's giving Jabba the Hutt. Also, thank you for the stretch. Oh. Big stretch. This is giving Jabba the Hutt for sure. Care pack, I know. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. We did the thing. You can actually hug the little guys. I didn't know that. Oh, if there's little guys in the second one, I'll have to see if I can hug them. Good to know, though. Good to know. Thank you, thank you. All right. Wait, I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. Well, we did it. We did the thing. The thing, the game. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Like I said, I think we sped run it. 3 hours, I think, is what the average. Sorry, the average said 3.5 hours, and I think we did it in less than 3. Because I didn't have to restart stream, and we're only at 4 hours, and silly games take us like usually at least an hour. So It was quick, quick, quick. It was extra fast. But I'm glad. We'll play 2 tomorrow, and then we'll Warbs. Warbs. We'll hopefully finish 2 tomorrow, and then next Saturday we'll be all set for 3. Hi, Void. It's nice to meet you. I don't think I've seen you, but I don't think I've seen you here before. You come here often? Well, come on in. Also, oh, for anyone who wanted to see it, the short hair, because I know someone was curious. Is it this one? There you go. There you go. You're new here? Who am I? I don't know, dude. Don't ask me that. I don't know anything. I don't know who I am. Knowing who you are? Oh, that's an existential crisis you're asking me to have, dude. I am. We are wrapping up, unfortunately. We are wrapping up indeed. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. Long time subber, first time chatter. um is anyone doing a thingamajig? 40 years with dementia still popping into a stream. Who are you? Do I know you? Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. And we'll be back tomorrow for Little Nightmares 2. Oh, I'm excited. It's like I said, I always feel so productive when we finish one whole game on stream. I'm like, oh, we did the thing. We finished the whole game. It's the best. It's the best. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I do appreciate it. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your time zone. Go get some food, get some snacks, stretch your legs, stretch your fins, get some water, stay hydrated. I know last year, sometimes things come up from last year. Like I've been, actually I'm working on a VOD channel because I know people wanted one. So I was uploading like some of the, like, I don't remember if you guys remember when we played A Short Hike. That was like that hiking bird game and something else, but we did it in like one stream and I have the recording for that. So I was like, oh, okay, let me upload this. I'll try and upload some of the like, you know, games I have all the recordings for that we completed. And when I looked at that one, I was like, August? What? What? August last year, to clarify. It's crazy. I know, we gotta bring back the WoW streams. I would like to, for sure. Like I said, I think I'm gonna try and format streams where during the week is like games that aren't story-based. And then during the weekend, story-based games. I mean, we might mix up here and there, but like that's probably largely the format we'll try to stick to. So we can get some Warframe or some WoW or, you know, Power Wash or Phasmophobia, stuff like that in during the week. So, and then, like I said, then we can mix up. We can, if, you know, we finish a game early on a weekend, or if, you know, we just don't want to play something back to back on a weekend, we could also play during the weekday. But probably though, try and do that. I know Warframe. I know I wanted to do it last stream, but I got home a little late from work. So probably this coming week. If we finish Little Nightmares 2 tomorrow, then we'll have Tuesday, Thursday to this fucking song. To just kind of hang out and wait until the new game drops. So maybe some Warframe. I did download it. It's downloaded. I just gotta make a new account for so I could play fresh. So I can play fresh since I think my old account, like I said, last time I tried to play my old account, did not show me anything basically. It was just like, hey, yeah, start playing again. And I was like, I don't know how. Please, I need help. I need help, please. Me trying to play Warframe, dude. Me trying to play new Warframe, like, huh? What? What do you mean I can fish now? That's amazing. But I don't know how to play. So yeah, I gotta get set up. But hopefully. But yeah, that's the plan. So tomorrow we'll be back for Little Nightmares 2. Hopefully finish that, and then yeah, Tuesday, Thursday, and just kind of hang out, shoot the shit, do whatever. Probably try and play Warframe, maybe WoW, and then a week from now, next Saturday, we'll pick up Little Nightmares 3. But yeah, that's the vibes. Once again, thanks for hanging out, everyone. I do appreciate it. Thanks for spending your Saturday or maybe your Sunday, depending on your time zone, with me. Thank you for the head pats. I need to add the head pat redeem, actually. I need to work on that. Oh, also, as you guys can see, before I go, I wanted to mention it. As you can see, you can throw shit at me again. I finally figured it out. You can throw bananas. There's so many, dude. Oh my god. Oh my, I regret doing it. I did one so you guys could see it. Yeah, of course. Thanks for hanging out. The waters have some water balls. I'm working on some other ones. If you do bits now, bits are thrown. If you sub or follow, little koi fish and a goldfish are thrown. I know I'm working on the drowning. That's in the works, but in the meantime, we got the throws finally. I don't know why. It was so hard for me to sub. I don't know why. I was trying to do it, I think, the old way, and I think this program has since updated because it was very different. And then trying to think of what else. The Twitch to the hype train alert is set up. You know, actually, I think I can preview it so you guys could see it. Sorry, before I go, I always do this where I'm like, time to go, and I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, here's the whole and the audio. So I got the train alert working. So for when those happen, I the fucking song again. I forgot the song would play. So that's the updates, the throws, the train. I think that's it. I'm working on other throw. There'll be more throw redeems probably tomorrow. I had one or two that I was working on. I just gotta like adjust them a little bit. But yeah. And then yeah, I'm just like keep working on stuff. I cooked last night on a few things. As you can see, I cooked on the short hair. I cooked on the raincoat, and I cooked on the throws and the train, so I got all that set up. But yeah, that's all the everything. I will hopefully see y'all tomorrow, but if not, I will see y'all when I see y'all. Thank you for spending time with me and hanging out. You guys always make it so much more fun to play games. I always enjoy getting to share stuff and play stuff alongside you guys. So yeah, thank you. Like I said, make sure you get some food, stretch your fins, get some water, stay hydrated. I will hopefully see y'all tomorrow, but if not, I shall see you when I see y'all. Have a good rest of your time zone. Have a good rest of your weekend if I don't see you tomorrow. And a good start to your week. Take care. Everyone stay safe. I will catch y'all on the flip side. Goodbye. Take care. Stay safe, fishies. Have a good swim. Thanks for spending time with me. Goodbye. No, you better have a good fucking day, Void. I swear to God. Sorry, not Void. Rhythm, sorry, I mixed up the names. I read them wrong. Rhythm, if you don't have a good day, that's on you, dude. Alright, goodbye, everyone. Stay safe. Love y'all.